Okay, it's me. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Too many emotes? No such thing. No such thing. Never enough meme builds? We're gonna have to start getting creative with the memes. Hello, it's me. I got a haircut, so I'm not wearing a hat today because it's hot as fuck. Yes, I got a haircut just so I would look presentable enough to justify my head being a little cooler. It is the 11th of September, and it's like 90 fucking degrees in the northeast US. But you know, climate change isn't real. Craziness. Craziness. How we doing, everybody? Coffee, Nunu, loading screen, Priz, Lizzie, Mr. Madness. Brutal here too. I hope you're able to stay cool best your ability, Lizzie. Also, good to see you. Live in miserable weather country. I live in the part of the country that like is most associated with being just a bit chilly, not like snowy, but just a bit chilly in general. Hasn't been like that in years. The last year was like that was 2019. And it's just been hot as fuck 10 months out of the year ever since. Dunno. I deal with the hot better than I do with the cold, so I don't complain about it as much as I could. But it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I stepped outside to take some trash out this morning and I was cooking. Anyway, let's do some remnanting. We got more meme builds to explore. If you missed last stream, we successfully cleared an Apoc adventure with rifle butting things. They accidentally implemented meleeing with your gun, scaling off the damage of your gun, counting as ranged and melee damage. They accidentally implemented that, so we made a build out of it, and it worked, and it's funny. Surely there's more funny stuff. I want to do, now that we have that that other ring that I was messing around with a bit at the end of the last stream, Deceiver's Band, which Cass took 6 weeks almost to put in her inventory for me. Because she was bugged for like 5 full weeks. So that's the other evade speed ring. So if I combine that with Frivolous Band, and then I run Ambit Ember and Dark Fluid with Fitness, that is hilarious levels of roll spam. We can maybe do something with that. Now, part of my brain is screaming Explorer there, because then I could put on Planeswalker, which basically eliminates stamina costs. I also get Swiftness for movement speed to go even farther. Figure out exactly what we're doing. So yeah, Deceiver's Band, Frivolous Band. There's nothing evade related in the other slots, right? It's a question of, do I want to use Misty Step with this or not? Misty Step is fun, Misty Step is stylish, Misty Step is not good. If I'm not doing the gun bashing memes, I really can't justify Misty Step. You know what we're gonna try to do? We're gonna crowbar stuff that does not belong together into one neat little package. I want to build around Quick Draw. It was one of the patches of all time. Totally nothing cursed in Play Trade Secret. Totally normal interactions. It's all normal. Normal. I guess the engineer makes the most sense here if I'm trying to boost. But like, the rest of the kit doesn't help it. That's so weird. I don't know if I can, Like, in that case, Summoner makes more sense, right? It's less, but it's other stats that benefit. How you doing, Jaybridge? Basically, I'm looking for a class that gives skill damage, skill crit chance, or alternatively, I could still go with Challenger, Medic, Alchemist, which are just an Explorer, which are just global damage bonuses. Basically, the classes that are automatically out here are Hunter, and actually I think just Hunter is the only one disqualified, because Archon has it doesn't have skill damage, but it has built-in flash caster, and I can use mod spam as skill cooldown with the correct gear. So like Archon's unlikely but still possible. Handler actually is not terrible here. It's got ranged and skill damage and crit chance. Did we find a handler use case? No shot we did. Like, actually, I think we did. Because I get to cheat death this way. Because I'm using something so hilariously specific. There's not that many things that benefit it. Still working for the man if the company I work for is founded and is still run by a woman. Yeah, Woe Man. There you go. Working for the Woe Man. Ran into the funniest bug this weekend where a Naruto ghost insta-kill grabbed me and my soul loaded into a side dungeon map. That's amazing. I didn't know they had an insta-kill grab. The guard dog will draw aggro. That's a move speed buff. And a heal. That hell's a damage increase. I don't expect the dog to actually do damage, so I think I'm gonna go with support dog. Because it'll make both me and it live longer. Green ones do? Ah. So, disclaimer. I don't think this is gonna be good. I really cannot stress this enough. This is gonna be a shit show. An absolute dumpster fire. Really. But what if it's funny? That's the question we gotta answer here. What if it's funny? I want to go devoured loop here. I like these roll rings as a combo, so we can keep those, I guess. Getting as much cast speed as possible seems like an interesting choice here, but I feel like I need crit chance if I'm gonna make devoured loop consistent. And then there's also other ways of doing cooldown. Like, this has a base 37.6. I could unironically run Diverting Heart. That would give really good uptime. I've been wanting to justify this in a setup for a while. It's just, you're completely giving up healing if you run this. So it's sort of somewhat questionable. But I'm down to fuck around. Weapon-wise. Well, that presents an interesting question. I ran something that crit very consistently. I could also run Sapphire Dreamstone. I think I just need a gun that's good all-rounder. Gun simply good at being gun. Wrangler screams at me here. Of course there's Crescent Moon. But do I need a mod slot for anything? I don't really know if I have the room to justify Crystal and stuff. Like, I should be doing that over the funny roll stuff, but funny roll stuff is funny, and it's roll stuff. Speaking of, I want to look the part here. It's perma haste on Anastasia's Ring of Bugs. It's just my character and hi Rami. I don't know. It very well might be bugs, but I think that's one of those things that it doesn't truly matter because it's very easy to keep that listed effect active permanently. Like, there's two sources of haste that are extremely easy to keep up permanently. One being Anastasia's Ring, the other one being Nightweaver's Grudge amulet. So, like, even if it is bugged, it doesn't matter because you could, if it worked exactly how it says it does on the card, you could just permanently keep that up anyway. It's just get a heal and you get haste. So that leads me to believe that you just have some sort of constant healing, so it's just always proccing. We could run the baby legs. I want to run the baby legs. Anti-drip. The opposite of drip. We slide for deceivers. This is our roll speed with like just our rings. And this is normal roll. This is very fast. So suck? Yes. Well, I do have Dark Fluid on, right? Yeah, that's just distance and cost. I won't have that on realistically though. Maybe I hold off on it. Maybe I isolate that into a separate setup. Just cause yeah, I think I need more support for this skill to work. We go Stargazer. What was the effect of Warlock? That's one of the rings I don't have. I want Burden of the Warlock, but I need to get it. Let me... Spreadsheet. Okay, that's mod power one. I don't need that here. It's just the mod power equivalent of Stargazer. Right. That's why it was familiar in my brain. So how low can we get the cooldown of Quick Draw? Black Pawn Stamp. Shaves off another 4 seconds. That's not bad. We could go Sapphire Dreamstone. It's reduced by 3%. Honestly, this might have reduced the need for Devoured Loop to the point where I'm better off taking other things. Because presently I can just up Diverting Heart, off that. And it's not that long I have to wait. That's without having Expertise maxed. We go Expertise, Flashcaster, Regrowth, Fortify, Triage. Much Siphoner. Maybe Glutton here? Glutton makes some sense here. Dreamstone's not going to be useful here, but that's a pretty good cooldown. And we heal that back fairly quickly. Okay, I like that. I like that. Yeah, we've got the base cooldown down to 18 seconds. So that gives me another ring to work with here. I could do Destroyer. Question, can you eat a dog for glutton? I've never tried that. Thank you for testing. What a video game sentence. You don't speak. So I could go better cast speed. But that's DPS without being damage. Akari makes some sense here. You know, let's look at the spreadsheet. I'm just gonna search skill. The Black Pawn stamp. Add on. Mariner increases skill cooldowns. The opposite of what we want. Burden of the Rebel. Reduces relic use speed, but maybe that's worth, because that's 15%. I could use excess coil for some tank. Dream coupler for some tank. Let's see how silly we can get this. 12-second cooldown. 12-second cooldown's pretty spicy. We activate this, which is slower because of Rebel. Whee! Okay. That's good cooldown. But it could be better. Really need DLCs right now? Do we? The game's been out for less than 2 months. Successful release. They're still working on patching out bugs and patching in quality of life things. Do we need DLCs? Especially in a season packed full of other game releases where if you release your DLCs to compete with those games, it's just not going to do well financially. Like, do we need DLCs yet? I'm certainly looking forward to them, but do we need them? Okay, that's pretty good cooldown. 8 seconds. And with Diverting Heart, it's basically halved. Give us voice chat and loadout. See, I'm okay with those demands. Voice chat is not something that I would personally find useful, but I totally see why it would be useful, and loadouts are, like, my #1 request. So, hard agree with that one, Quartz. That's the kind of thing that we'll get through patches. Be free for everyone who has the game, rather than additional paid content, which is a good thing. Since it's basically like always crits. Yeah, they're always crits, so I suppose in that situation you could then use the pistol skill to fish for devoured loot procs for the other skill, which means not handler. We could do Challenger, and then we could do the Stomp. Stomp and pistol build. Let's go. Let's go. It was nice being handler for a few seconds. Thinking it was valuable. It was the best of times. Vigor. That's questionable. That is very questionable. I returned to Sense Prevails. Whereas we're doing cooldown stuff. Look, I got Gunslinger Pistol down to... Hang on, once I spec into this again. 8-second cooldown. Oh, that's the wrong skill. I'm intelligent. Wish I literally bring some free players, hope that in the future. Well, the reality is not free to implement stuff like that, but that's a core feature that should have always been there, so, you know, you won't hear arguments from me. You will not hear arguments from me. Need regrowth, need triage. We'll go Amplitude Flashcaster. Having only one Siphoner is Monka. That's fine. So, yeah, 8-second cooldown here. So if I pop Diverting Heart, shoot. Shoot. Nuke my health bar. It's fine. It's fine. That's a separate problem to figure out. So that is a problem. Going this all in on skills is cool. However, it leaves me in a state where even if enemies don't hit me, I'm just gonna die. Swapping out Challenger for Medic makes a lot of sense here. I get free use speed for the Relic. I could use the Medic skill to heal myself. And if I had Medic Prime, then I could be constantly getting myself back free charges through that healing. Look at that. Shield spam build? I could shield spam on this. That's definitely an option playing quietly. The current goal is I want to spam quick draw as much as possible. With our current gear selections, with, you know, wiggle room of 1 ring to rule them all, we've got the cooldown down to 8 seconds. Which is almost spammable. Figuring out what else to use. So healing shield down to 20 seconds is attractive. Now I have this back. Not bad. The medic feels okay there. The question is, how's the damage of this gonna feel? I'm not really optimistic. We should figure out my weapon mods first, though. I was supposed to do Plasma Cutter yesterday. I kind of completely forgot to do that. Or not yesterday, Saturday. I got distracted by meme stuff. So maybe we'll do that at some point today. what can I do that's synergistic here? Starfall got buff. How does that actually feel now? Still sucks? Unfortunate. Thank you for saving me time. Unfortunate. Is there anything really stopping me from just doing Bandit Spore Bloom stuff here? I mean, Destroyer ripping my range kind of sucks, but what's really stopping me? Just running the usual shit. Run Misfortune there. I could just run Enigma. Do I have enough base crit chance to make Enigma positive? So it's -10. I'm +5. So no, I'm just neutral. I would need more range crit chance. I like the idea of running something here with momentum. I can do Sorrow for healing, honestly. I have very little experience with that gun. I could be thematic and use one of the magnums. This one's 165 base. One's 96 base. Why is there such a gap? Hang on, what are the other stat differences? The 5 shooter's 165 base. This one's 96 base? Like, what's the difference? What am I missing? Is it a massive fire rate gap? Because it's just one round apart. 5 crit chance, 105 weak spot, 20% stagger. 5 crit chance, 105 weak spot, 5% stagger. This one's got more range. Aim accuracy. Like, is the Western Classic just bad? Situationally good. That's my favorite kind of good, to be fair. I don't have reload speed, but this is thematic. Right, traits. Need Fortify, because I'm not gonna be tanky. Regrowth. Of course. Expertise. It's a little siphoner. Vigor. Really want Flashcaster and Glutton. Do I have the points to justify having both? I think I do. Like, there's also going strong back, so I could wear some heavier armor. Which, let me commit these points. Fucking baby legs. I already forgot I was wearing those. These are 7. If I grab like another 5 weight, I could go up to those. It's only 5 armor though. Lab legs are pretty efficient. Do something like this. A little drippier. It's a little drippier. Like a little bit. Energy diverter for more crit chance with shield boost abuse and thus more loops proc chance. Well, the thing with quick draw is it's already auto critting. Like, I don't need more crit chance. I don't need loop because my cooldown is down to 8 seconds already. Like, it'll be a little longer because realistically I'm gonna run Mudtooth's tonic. So my cooldown is actually 12 seconds. But 12 seconds, I'm not really... And that's 12 seconds before introducing Diverting Heart. So it's actually 6 seconds, as long as I keep my relic popped. I think that's fine, cooldown-wise. Destroyer is something I'm still going back and forth on here. Is there a tonic for skill cooldown? Yeah, I just turned that off. With that one on, it's down to 8 seconds. I could run Alchemist's Ring here so that I could run that and HP. That is certainly an option. I'm kind of wondering how it maths out, though. The 15 damage here versus if I was to run, say, probability chord. 293. Although skill stuff doesn't get your crit damage. If I'm remembering correctly. Or maybe that was pets specifically. That's pets specifically, okay. Oh, multiple tonic exploit then. Not sure if it's an exploit though. It's something that I won't bother to turn off when it happens to me when I respec, but I'm not going to actively go for it. Because I do consider it a little exploitative. So, yeah, probability chord is more damage, but destroyer will boost my other stuff. However, that is going to be additive with Jester Spell, so maybe I can get away with not running Jester Spell. Question is what I would run instead. Hey, Night Poker. How you doing? Hope you're well. I was thinking about Hyperconductor. Like, with this amount of cooldown, like, that puts my cooldown back to 32 seconds. Which is not ideal, but I got double charges, which is pretty cool. I think that would be more for a Devoured Loop kind of setup, though. Like, I could do Spirit Wisp Amulet with mod usage. Alchemist Coat gotta be the best looking suit. There's some good outfits. I really like the Fey Royal set. But yeah, the Academic's coat does look pretty spicy. Not gonna lie. Okay, something of an idea is coming together here. If instead of this, I ran... Where this. That's Silicon Ring. The healing that I'm doing to recover from my skill use would then go into my mod power. My mod power then goes into my skill cooldown. Not particularly fast mod gen. It's quite slow. I think we go back to Destroyer here. Good build to beat Apoc on. Whatever you're most comfortable with. Whatever you beat previous difficulties with. Like, there's... I have not found anything that I would consider not Apoc viable. You can make anything work on Apoc as long as it is foundationally sound. As long as it's not too crazy a concept. Even then, like, you can make it work. Because the way difficulty works in this is it's the same enemies with the same mechanics, just with bigger numbers. All the same stuff still works as long as you don't run out of resources. So, like, for example, if you were doing a Tormented Heart build where you had to use your relic charges to do damage, but then you were, like, barely having enough on, say, Nightmare, then that could become an issue on Apoc if you didn't restructure how the build works. But saying that, I have done Tormented Heart on Apoc, and it's fully viable as long as you manage your resources well. So, I can't think of anything that isn't Apoc viable. Does the Invader dash give you double cooldown? Wormhole? You get double charges with Hyperconductor, or am I misunderstanding the question? One for each dash? Yeah, it'll be separate charges on separate cooldowns. Something that can help with mod gen that's not Malevolence or Farin. Wanted to make a better Merciless with Black Maw and Skewer as Archon. Feels like I'm missing something. You've got a bunch of minor things you could combine together. Like, for example, Fairy Needles last a minute by default, which is one of the longer for the short consumables. A lot of them are like 30 seconds. So you could just have a Fairy Needle on at all times. Now, 10 passive mod regen isn't a lot, but if you combine that 10 with a bunch of other sources, it can add up. As Trade Secret said, Follower is really good for mod gen. That is this one here. It's 50% with only a fire rate penalty, so basically no penalty for pure mod builds. The Tonic's an option. I think that's a little less valuable because you're more likely to use that slot for other things, but it does bear mentioning. You could run... Not that one. That one's just worse. Ruined Heart. It's 500 mod power over 10 seconds, which is not a huge number, but it's also health regen. So, like, discount Tranquil Heart with the added benefit of mod gen. I'm very hesitant to use this when I could just, you know, use that. No, we'll be thematic. Instead, meme builds. You gotta do meme builds. Alright, for the rest of my trait points. This is without Flashcaster. This honestly feels fast, but it could be faster. I think we'll want Glutton, Flashcaster, Barkskin. Maybe I will go more Siphoner. Max Glutton, Max Barkskin, and we'll go Leftovers and Flashcaster. I like that. Nice hat. No you. Like 22 fits with the spam build. It does, but it's the rootin' tootin' skill. So we got another revolver. I don't love Spirit Wisp Amulet here. I wanted to. Cleansing Stone is an option, because that would give me the ability to heal with my Relic. Could also do Toxic Release Valve, just to get an extra outlet of damage. And that Corrosion debuff would be good for my overall output. Jester's Bell makes the most sense outwardly, which is why I'm questioning it. Maybe we start with this and see what happens. Like, Difference Engine is also an option here, I suppose. Genuinely not bad. And I think over the 10% skill damage, I get more out of having Shield amount. Core Booster can keep it up. Is Core Booster's affecting him? Weak spot damage after killing an enemy. I'd have to kind of actively try to weak spot with this thing, right? That is a lot of potential damage. Is Full Moon all damage just ranged? It's just ranged. We could go Daredevil's Charm here, unironically. The move speed and damage is kind of nice. But that's a little spicy. We could also make this the half HP build. But that's going to be playing no hit, essentially. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one at all. Is damage for not taking damage? Yeah, there's a bunch of options in that vein. Stuff like, you know, Daredevil's get naked for more damage and move speed. But it also increases your damage taken. So not only do you not have your armor DR, you're getting additional negative DR. So Daredevil is the no-hit amulet. I could go Twisted Idol, honestly, and then just put on even more armor. Because increasing armor effectiveness by 30% on top of that additional encumbrance is quite nice. That's up to 187, and then Light Roll. Light Roll with the same DR that I had before. Also, this is funny looking. Difference engine is really interesting here. Hey, Anonymous Gifter, thank you for taking care of Quartz. I can't speak. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Blunder, how you doing? Gonna lurk? I appreciate it. Hope things are treating you well. I could run Silver Ribbon, but I don't know that... Like, Silver Ribbon is just not better than Jester's Spell. It's very marginally more damage. But the haste will be less impactful than the mod skill cast speed. I guess technically speaking, Death's Embrace would have full uptime. On the damage part. It's just, at that point, is that worth more than Jester's Spell? And the answer is no. I think we're just back at Jester's Spell, unless I really want to use Cleansing Stone, but I feel like I could swap on Cleansing Stone before I pop my Relic. Ace's move speed plus fire rate. I guess the movement speed is nice. You got me there. We'll try this. We'll try this. I'll stop dragging my feet. We'll try this. Now we've got a lot in terms of just global damage from Jester's Bell, Medic, and Destroyer. We've got... Do we have skill damage from anywhere? It doesn't matter because it's additive with that. The Gunslinger itself is not boosting anything I'm doing meaningfully. It's just there for marginal Spore Bloom support. Let's see what happens. Gives it to myself. Giga Chad. But before I lurk, are the fairings worth refarming with the amulet, all for 50% bonus? I don't know if I'd ever use all of them together, but individually, all three of those items are good. So logically speaking, you want to have all of them. So I guess that's my answer. I don't know if I'd ever justify to myself successfully running the full 3 set, but running one of the rings and the amulet, I could totally see myself doing. And depending on the build, especially if they're to do something like fix Malevolence or change Malevolence, it's debatable whether or not it's actually broken, then the next best stuff would be the Faerun rings. It'd be like the Faerun rings and Follower would be your mod gen trio. Faerun, Phelan, and Follower. But as it stands right now, you just like Malevolence, and it's all of that.
I don't trust this place.
Not sure if it's worth an adventure roll for just those again. Yeah, they're straightforward enough to get. It's just like fighting the associated boss, which you can tell by your spawn point if you got the imposter. I think that's fine. That's something I would reform, yeah. Remembered Silver Ribbon for another amulet choice. Yeah, I looked at it briefly. It's like the skill damage is nice. It's slightly more than I'd get from Jester's Bell, but I don't get the mod cast speed, and it's not global damage. I do get the haste, but need to remember to actually have Diverting Heart on. Ow. Ow. Hey, okay. I'm not tanky. I hear you. I understand. I don't have fire resist. I acknowledge this. How you doing, Sora? Did you hold that arrow?
At least that's over.
As of last night, the Cyrus fights in Galactic HQ and Distortion World can go to heck in a handbasket. Did you lose those to in a Nuzlocke or something? Ken? Also, which game you playing? Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, BDSP? I guess it wouldn't be Diamond or Pearl. That would have to be Platinum. Was it Renegade Platinum? Felix and Golduck. Felix and Golduck are like shit tier mons that are really dependable despite being shit tier. It's kind of funny. Like, Golduck is trash, but it's a Swift Swim mon. Like, it's useful trash. Like a little more damage there. Platinum it is, just vanilla because I've never beaten him before. Ah, Platinum's such a classic game. People often reference Platinum as like the gold standard for the release third version of Pokemon game. Because it actually fixed things. It wasn't just additional content like Emerald or restructuring like Crystal. It was like actual fixes to issues. Oh, okay, bye. Like an entire dex having 2 fire type lines. Yeah, like that. Gen 2 and 4 have some of the strangest distributions of Pokemon. Like Houndour not being available until the post game of Gen 2. Ironically, Houndour is one of the Pokemon they used to fix a similar issue in Diamond Pearl Platinum. That's funny. Ow. Okay, sir. I hit the dodge button, but I did get a frame. Getting useful input here. The cooldown still feels a little sluggish. I genuinely want a little more cooldown. I'm not sure how to go about it. I tried Dreamstone, but the crits from Quick Draw won't cool down Quick Draw because it's not on cooldown yet. Also, I'd get 1 rock because rate limit. ICD. Do I go back to running this? Doesn't help my tank problem, but let's see. Let's just see. I think a more dependable gun than Spore Bloom is going to be in order here too. Tragic miss. How could you not find a target? What do you mean? You can get staggered out of that really easily, huh? Okay, I kind of like this better. Much more noticeable cooldown. Yeah, I'm back to the base of 8 seconds, and if I have Diverting Heart active, then that's... I get an extra second's worth of cooldown every second. Give Magmar an evolution, then not have it available in the games introducing Magmortar? Of course, of course. Like, Gen 4 made evolutions for a lot of the underutilized Gen 2 mons and some Gen 1 mons, and then didn't make those available in the games. Like, huh? Why did you bother? Okay, this is super scuffed, but like in concept, this is fun. I feel like I can make this work.
Great. More bad news.
Also not using the charged up pistol shot, which I probably should change. Use more damage, but the concept is working. Ow, no, stop. Use more tank as well, because ow. I just kind of melt if I don't have a shield on. Or if I do have a shield on. Ow. So I'm wondering if maybe Medic isn't the play, because while the idea of sustaining my relic charges makes a lot of sense and getting the shields should be good tank, it's not on its own. Shields are not a good tank source without also having high DR, and I don't really have high DR right now. Like, you need high DR and HP to make shields valuable. So we're back to just taking more damage. Maybe Summoner? Although the Prime perk doesn't really do much for me. I'm kind of at a loss here. What else gives skill damage? We're back to Handler. Challenger for Stompy Stomp, but like that's not gonna help me live. Archon plus Spirit Wisp? Maybe. Yeah, I don't dislike that idea. And like, what mod are we using? What do we think? I could just do the Merciless thing. That's highly spammable. Merciless or Alpha Omega. Realistically, I'd be using like Tremor, but I don't have insane mod gen. Yeah, just go for it anyway. When I put Tremor on. Pulse Rifle. Seems the most consistent here. Do Coach Con. Something with a little less precision, if that makes sense. I'd like to promote my better Merciless Blackmaw, Skewer, better Spore Bloom, coach with Song. Song makes some sense here. Blackmaw, I just don't have the range damage to give it any stopping power in the setup. Like, I'm focusing on skill stuff. It's gonna be inaccurate. I'm more just clicking to generate mod power than anything, which does make me lean pulse rifle. Could go time lapse. I could. Skewer is an interesting idea here, though. I do like Skewer. It costs like no mod power at all. Yeah, Skewer's 850 base. Go time wave. I could go bullet weaver. Or flavor. Feedback? Have they bug fixed feedback yet? Almost no triage. This is gonna be a weird feeling setup. Ow. Ow. Stop it. Wait, did I just get my cooldown back and then it took it away anyway? What was that? Okay, yeah, here's the problem with not running any healing. If I'm running Diverting Heart like this, then I just don't heal. The Explorer perks increase the drop rate of the Crimson King coin. I doubt it, but I don't know. Having no healing. I don't know. I don't know about this.
Let's do this.
Why are you red? You okay? Drop from Teleport Fae Elites has 100% drop chance, I believe. I don't know if it's 100%, because, well, it might be. You're not guaranteed to get those elites, though. I know I've had to reset farm that a couple times. Apeshit Havoc form. Yeah, I could Havoc form here. Because I'm trying to particularly lean into the pistol, you know? Like, there's some choices I could make for skill damage builds that would definitely be better. But I'm specifically trying to make this Gunslinger skill that is completely anti-synergistic with the rest of Gunslinger. Trying to build into it. That was sad damage, man. That was sad. Oh, I'm gonna die. First, you could go hugs. Hunter wouldn't boost it at all, though. Hunter has no skill damage. And the crit chances... I mean, I guess I could go... Hunter's Mark, but no, the pistol already auto-crits. So yeah, Hunter actually wouldn't boost it at all. What do you mean, target? What do you mean? You saw that. You saw that. You saw me hit the button and he was like, no, there's no enemies here. Okay. Trying to reroll on lowest difficulty just to blow through to find Gilded. Maybe I should do it on a higher difficulty. Why? Like, if going to a lower difficulty makes it more efficient for you to reroll into it, then why go up? I mean, unless you're getting bored. That's a perfectly valid reason. Maybe Stargazer doesn't make the cut here. Yes, it hurts. Don't make me think about it. If I'm not going to be using my gun often, like, right? There'd be more elites and more chances for going on higher difficulty. I have not seen enough of a difference between elite rates on difficulties to be able to confidently say yes or no on that. Rearrange your day around an appointment and show up to find out your day early. Oof. Not in some time, but it has happened. Fire and forget mods like familiar. That could definitely help.
This isn't looking good.
I like corrosive rounds for the theoretical extra damage debuff, but the uptime is quite low. He's actually playing handler. What does it come to? Ow! What do you mean? Stop that. That was rude. Okay, how does this fucking dog work? Hold for heal. Heal me. Okay, now actually stay close to me so you keep healing me. Yes, thank you. Yeah, Shpi says there's no spawn increases, which lines up with my own experience. Like I said earlier in the stream, higher difficulty is just bigger numbers on how much enemies do to you and how much you need to do to them. But enemy placements are the same. Enemy mechanics are the same. It'll just be a number of modifiers on bosses and total HP and damage and things. Repop this. And more triage would be nice here, but
Come and get some.
okay. Rare handler W. Handler providing me skill damage and healing, which Summoner could also do. I should just be using Summoner. But we'll let Handler have its moment in the sun. I just gotta cheat death this way. I don't want more triage. Fortify, triage, bigger. Wow. Regrowth? Very daring. Kinship's useless to me here. But I guess since I have it, maybe I could run like Starshot or something. Oh yeah. Let me shift click the thing. Go that much. Go with that. And I guess logically rest should be glutton. An hour and a half into stream and we're just getting into the meat of an adventure. Theory crafting be like. Theory crafting be like. Like I always say, I spend more time staring at inventory screens and skill trees than playing games. And somehow that remains fun. I'm curious to see how this does against Bloat King. Yes. Actually hoping for Bloat King for once in my life. It's auto crit and you know, easy access to weak spot. That's good damage formula. I guess because of the auto crit, the crit chance from archetype passives is a little less valuable. But like that's kind of irrelevant because every one of them that gives global or skill crit also gives that kind of damage. And Handler also gives range. Not missing out. That's how it's structured. If I was leaning more into mods though, then I would start missing out. Ow. Yeah, stealing from the dog ain't bad. With this cooldown, I can keep that on. Good movement speed. You know, I actually like Handler here. I got 1 coin, so at least know they exist. Yeah, yeah. Luckily, this is the only this is one of those things you only have to do once, so it's fine. Unless you plan on using this strat to like skip the boss on hardcore, which I don't really think is even worth the time because he's already easy. What do you mean? Run that back. I want to be tankier, man. Do I need to be a normal roll? Like, I'm not really rolling much. I could just get into fat roll here. Like... I just did this. I'm not in flop. But my DR went way up. The bleed mod for hardcore in case you get regenerators. Yeah. But like, so does being a handler. Just recommended handler or something. Also, you can just throw pipe bombs. Or use Merciless. Or Twisting Wounds. You know, you're not guaranteed access to either of those. But you have Assassin's Dagger, you have Pipe Bomb, Merciless, Handler, Twisting Wounds, Blood Jewel. There's lots of ways to get bleed. I do think that the chain mod is like the worst source of bleed in the game just because it's so fucking cursed and how the targeting works. Like if you miss, it just eats it. And also you can't use it with certain skills active, because then the animation plays but nothing happens. It's also slow. It's got limited range. The damage is not bad by any means on the actual hit. Just everything else about it is kind of... eh. Does the dog's heal apply to itself? Looks like it does. RNG behind Blood Draw 2. I would risk more combat to get coins. I would rather fight Red Prince once than fight 3 of those elites, to be honest. The elites hit way harder than he does. I wish this little guy did a little more damage. He's a very good boy, but
I'm glad that's over.
the damage is truly just memed here. Like, it doesn't exist. Really hope they add alt kills for Root Earth bosses next update. That would be cool. Well, if I can't rename your dog, it's enough to disqualify the entire class of valid. Even more than the class just being kind of bad overall. Handler's goated for hardcore at least. If by goated you mean still worse than slot, yes.
Holy hell.
Alt kill cube boss? What would that even be? So, like, the cubes technically have health bars. So would it just be kill the cubes? Wow, okay. Staggered me into it. Deserved that. Make Enigma the reward. Maybe destroy its own attack. Oh, using the purple attack? Yeah, that'd be cool. Or the homing one. I like that idea. What I get for deviating from the formula? I was like, hey, let me just Crescent Moon, because I forgot I had it equipped, but I'll stick to the formula. I do want a little more damage on the setup. Like, it's annoying when this happens and they don't die from, like, a full burst.
Damn it.
Like, in single target, it will. As long as none of them miss. I want to be able to change my character's speech line from here they come to oh lord they come. Relatable. Ow. That almost still hit me. If I could consistently have the cooldown to be able to... If I'd been able to click that again there, an ideal. I don't want to go back to doing Ahani Crystal stuff, but like, it's so hard not to. It's just such a big damage mult. Like, I have Slow, I have Corrosion, I have Bleed. I should just do that. I don't want to, though. It would be a bigger damage mult than Destroyer. Even at 1 stack. I don't like it, though. I'm gonna do it. But I'm not gonna be happy about it. But I am going to do it. This means I should be throwing pipe bombs and fire bombs. That's effort.
What is that smell?
Coin sound, one to go. Yeah, you got this. What's the dog doing? Dog successfully taken aggro? What do you mean that didn't hit? Dog, heal me. Is that not stacked from slow? Is it just hostile statuses? That would make a lot of sense. 236. Quick test. 36. Okay, yeah, it is just hostile ones. So I would need Corrosion or Bleed applied to benefit more from that. What about this one? Stop it. Yeah, I think optimally here I do give up On Stamp and Destroyer for Ahana and Singe, and then I run Hot Shot with applying Corrosion from the other gun slot, be it with Corrosive Rounds or Nebula. Because then I get the Corrosive debuff, then I get the 10% from Singe, and I get a 5% per Molotov status from Ahana. The dog's dead. I was wondering why I didn't have any class features. Not even revive you. It doesn't. That's so shit.
Thanks.
Hey, Revivalist. Shows you how much I play Handler. What's the dog doing? Any S tier shotguns? Yes. Just like all of them. There are no bad shotguns in Remnant 2.
Look out!
There are some that are more situational than others, but they are all good, which is impressive. My personal favorite is Spore Bloom, but they are truly all good. Like, gun to my head, which one's the least good? Be probably between Repulsor and Ford Scattergun, but both of those are still good. Spore Bloom not S tier? Under what grounds do you think Spore Bloom, the one that's capable of hitting 5 figures per click, is not S tier? Spore Bloom downplay has been going around since day one of this game, and I do not understand it. Explain. If you build for them. So, things are not S tier if you don't use synergistic... If you have to use anything synergistic? I don't understand the logic. Or Scatter isn't great? No, it can be. It's just, out of the shotguns, it is one of the more demanding ones in terms of number of moving parts. Like, much like Spore Bloom, it's got widespread. It does not have Spore Bloom levels of damage. That doesn't mean low damage, just means less than Spore Bloom. It chugs ammo, and you reload frequently. But that doesn't mean it's not good. I'm just saying, but you're just saying something that is not logical. I'm just saying that that doesn't make sense. If having to build for something makes it not S tier, that makes Firestorm F tier. Because if you don't have kinship, which is a separate thing, then Firestorm is borderline unusable. So, like, that doesn't make sense, right? Hey, Hypo. Spore Bloom straight up OP, pretty much all the highest DPS builds use it. Yeah, Spore Bloom can hit for 5 figures on a single click. 1 shotgun ammo for 10,000 damage. That's pretty good. Take a new game hardcore run with no items, I'm thinking from that perspective. Okay, from that perspective, Spore Bloom is still 5 figures of damage potential. Also, like, you can't new game hardcore Spore Bloom with no items because it's a new game plus item. So, like, that hypothetical doesn't exist. Like, if you have access to Spore Bloom, you have access to some other items that a fresh playthrough wouldn't have had. You have things like Explorer available. Certain armors. Potentially things like World's Edge. Why's the dog down there? No, wait, what is it doing? Why is it down there? What do you mean? Why are you there? Look how many stacks of Overload it has. Oh no! What's the dog doing? I'm gonna run out of relic charges trying to keep the dog alive. I don't think you have anything spread reducing from the start. You don't need anything spread reducing for Spore Bloom to be good. In fact, reducing your spread can make Spore Bloom less potent, because having a higher spread means more bandit procs. It is also still the most damage per 1 shotgun ammo out of any of the shotguns. So early game, where you have fewer ways of mitigating your ammo consumption, is better.
This ain't good.
I'm using Crescent to heal because I am toxic. Oh, okay. Only got one shot there for some reason. That's cool. A repop Diverting Heart. In my opinion, weapon balance core issue in this game. Many weapons feel extremely weak and unrewarding. Such as which ones, Crash? And compared to what? Because that's an important thing. For example, if you're comparing anything to Crescent Moon, kill him. That's Crescent Moon being the problem, not the other ones. But like, what are some examples? Yeah, I deserve that. God Splitter, can't argue with that. Yeah, God Splitter sucks. That's true. Star Killer? That one could use some love based on, like, what you have to do to get it. I'll agree with that one. Twisted Arbalest, completely disagree. Why do you think Twisted Arbalest isn't good? Are you trying to use it against single targets? Because that's not what it's for. It's very good in mobbing for mod builds. Or if you use it with, say, Boar in your other gun slot, then you could use it in single target, and it's actually quite strong. Plasma Cutter. I've still not used Plasma Cutter personally, but I've heard nothing but good things about it, and didn't they buff it like 4 separate ways in the most recent patch? And also, that's 3 guns. I wouldn't call that many. I'd call that 3. Not saying there aren't others, but I don't believe that this is emblematic of a systemic issue. All the claw melee weapons, but they're not all bad. Feral Judgment has some value. It's hard to get value out of, but the value exists. The Nightweaver one is good utility, because it has innate healing, which is something none of the other ones do. I really gotta go revive the dog, don't I? Crescent Moon's so stupid. That damage number was not acceptable for how little I've invested into this thing. Yeah, that's fair. War is currently bugged extremely OP with Twisted Arbalest. That's just hitboxes being weird. That's just creating a hitbox inside another hitbox causes the thing that ricochets between hitboxes to have 0 travel distance. But how does any of this translate to Twisted Arbalest not being good? Because, like, it's good both with and without that. Hellfire. Hellfire's underwhelming. Yeah, I'm willing to admit Hellfire is underwhelming. It's got a lot of the issues that Nebula has, but without the upsides that Nebula has. So it does struggle a lot for its slot. Primary Fire is meh, but the mod isn't too bad. Mod isn't too bad, it's just the mod is then competing with a couple of very similar mods in that slot. Like, Meridian and Starshot exist in that slot. So, like, if we're not going off the Primary Fire, then it is just straight up worse than two other things that do the same thing, you know? Fightful's gonna make it complicated. If the dog was, like, alive, it'd be a lot better off here. Not in range, really. You can have a slow. Oh, how are you down again? It just goes down and fights the ads and dies immediately. The item gives you an extra charge on skills. Hyperconductor. It's an amulet. You get it right next to where you get Engineer. So it is a bit awkward to get on new characters. Highly risky on hardcore characters. Probably not worth it on hardcore characters. I'm dumb? Yo, same. We can be dumb together. This skill legitimately feels okay here. You know, this isn't fast by any means because I'm functionally playing only Gunslinger because I have no handler features because the dog just dies, but this could feel a lot worse. Oh, I actually need to dodge that. No. Scary. I was supposed to kill. Oh no, no, not like this. Not like this. Oh no, it has Spiteful. I could die in the ladder. Hey Ken Boners, how you doing? I'm leveling other archetypes while farming different mods, whatnot. Went to switch to a build for the Prince fight, and after a few minutes of looking through rings, realized the whole point was to use coins and not fight the Prince. Crescent Moon, the best bow. Oh, again, build crafting games, best is situational, subjective, and depends on acquisition. Um, but gun to my head, yes. Crescent Moon is utterly insane damage output when built into, and it is still a pretty good damage output when not invested into at all. That's kind of a common definition of what people will consider best gun. It just kind of always performs. Crescent Moon is utterly insane damage output, though. It's also got good healing, because of course they gave it that too. Let's put it this way. Crescent Moon is the kind of thing that gets people saying that other guns are bad because they compare those guns to Crescent Moon.
I don't like the looks of this.
Plasma Cutter builds best build. We might do some Plasma Cutter stuff today, Ken. I was supposed to do it on Saturday, but I got distracted by memes. We're getting distracted by different memes this time. Doing a gunslinger pistol skill build. It's super scuffed, but still kind of fun. Meme build was worth it? I think so too. But back on the previous topic, what are some other guns that genuinely just aren't good? Because I've seen the sentiment echoed a lot that, oh, there's some massive balance problems with guns in the game. But then the guns people will cite are not bad. Like, there are some that are, but I don't think it's a sweeping problem. I think it's pretty isolated, in fact, considering the number of guns in this game. Like, I've seen Starshot called bad. It's not. I've seen Twisted Arbalest called bad. It's not. I've seen Spore Bloom called bad. Spore Bloom is the strongest shotgun.
Check out that mural again.
Like, what's actually bad? Godsplitter? Hellfire? I don't love Starshot. Doesn't make it bad. I think Starshot objectively has one of the stronger mods. It's also explosive, so that's useful for bypassing damage resist on certain bosses like Legion that are otherwise a pain in the ass to fight. It's got no range drop off at all, so it's good for taking pot shots. Compared to my double damage knife, also I think everything's bad. About the crossbow. Crossbow's good. It's got steep competition, is the thing. Like, comparing the crossbow to, say, Crescent Moon sets it up to fail. And it kind of inhabits a similar niche in usage. Like, putting single shot precision weapons all in one box means that crossbow and Widowmaker look kinda shit next to Royal Hunting Bow and Crescent Moon, and then Sagittarius just loses by a long margin. Wide margin? Whatever, you know the phrase. I'm gonna try using Firestorm and Blooddraw together. Blooddraw is just really hard to use. Jiggling. We are jiggling, Coffee. Cat wall yelling. Calm today. Where they both are. Kevin. Kevin's over there. Kevin. Jake is somewhere over there. I'm doing pretty okay. A girthy margin. I like it. Can't think of any guns that are really bad melee weapons. I'm not so sure is the playstyle. There's some genuinely bad melee weapons. Just like there are some genuinely bad guns. Like we talked about God Splitter a couple times. God Splitter sucks. It's got an interesting gimmick, but its base stats are way too low because they were afraid of the power of that gimmick. Repulsor's bad because its mod is ass versus non-bosses, and slow reload just shreds any boss. The mod can be very awkward crowd control in mobbing, but like, as you said, it is good against bosses. So I don't think we can call it bad because there's use cases where it's great. Where it does certain things better than other shotguns. For example, if you're going to like bullet hose down with a shotgun versus a boss and you're not doing Bandit Spore Bloom, then Repulsor beats out the others. More DPS than Bulldog, unless you're doing round-centric stuff. More DPS than Ford Scattergun, unless you're doing round-centric stuff. Get the idea there. Slow reload, but yeah, you've got the option of doing Bandit Lanyard, and then it's just brrr. %, no damage. All bosses monitor off 100% run, taking damage, we reset run when I'm good at video games. The reason I say Spore Bloom's not S for me because it's the endgame weapon on your first character, maybe. But again, that's a line of logic that doesn't really work for me, because then that would, by that logic, that makes World's Edge not an S tier weapon. Like, I can't say that. I cannot physically say that. You get Terminus in adventure mode? Yes. Yes, you can.
Beware, creature, for you stand in the presence of yet.
Monster stack is no doubt one of the best. Even before then, it's one of the best. Hey, Coffee, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the September gift. Ow. Vicious, spiteful, that's why he hurts. You can buy World's Edge at the start and Sophie right when you get it. Same thing with Spore Bloom. That's the part you're not getting, Shpee. You can do the same thing from the same vendor with Spore Bloom. And Spore Bloom, when you have nothing, is still more damage than every other shotgun. It is more damage to ammo spent than every other shotgun. It's got a mod that is explosive, is an AoE slow with lingering damage, and all the other shotguns don't do. Spore Bloom is as great with nothing as it is with everything. It's just, it's hard to use until you have investment. That does not make it not good. Because it gets what's hard to use to achieve its damage peak. Fucking hugs. Peak hugs is very different than just existing hugs. Now, hugs has a very forgiving floor, so people can just kind of use it. But peak hugs kills bosses in like 5 seconds. That's not easy to do. I think you're downplaying the power of Spore Bloom a lot. I just got that. Gotta pay more attention here. Run range is really bad if you compare it with Coach. Coach is single slug. It's like comparing a sniper rifle to anything else. Coach Gun's entire thing is precision. It's like saying Black Maw has really bad... like, they're for different things. That's the point. Frankly, Quag, how dare you have an awesome community that's wholesome, supportive, and engaged? Absolutely disgusting. I'll do better. We need to foster less good vibes. It's a joke. I like our good vibes. Hey Hunter, how you doing? I need to relearn how to dodge that attack. I'm getting very, like, poorly on that attack, because I'm like, I want to get my next this off. But I need to be more patient.
Having trouble.
How do I want to handle this? I think I'll just not let it hit me. Ah, bad time.
This is what was interesting as I
Dog, what are you doing? Oh, excellent timing. Okay. Doing okay? Well, I hope it upgrades from okay to good. Doing his best. We'll stop and pet the dog.
too slow.
Ow, the sword. Forgot about the swords. Dog, heal me. Ow. Yeah, that's about right. Situational awareness. It's kind of important. Oh, yeah. Deserve that too. Yeah, my deaths here are just me not being careful enough. With Spiteful Vicious, it's like, you can't take the unnecessary hits here, especially when you're doing some meme shit like this. I could go up to flop. That'll probably enable me to take like an extra hit. But I think I would rather have some additional bulk here. Or maybe even more cooldown. Question is, how do I do that? I could do the wisp strat. It's just I don't really love that. I can maybe change up artifacts. Let me thonk on a wall. I run in Liquid Escape real quick. I ran real quick. Did the old gamer pee. I think maybe more damage is an option here. I do want to speed up the cadence of the fight a little bit. I was running probability, which is more damage on my skill. The destroyer will be slightly less damage than that, but more damage on everything else. Hey Wookie, how are you? Not even PP% could help this fight. It's solvable. It's just high damage. I mean, Soul Link is interesting here, but it requires the dog actually hitting things. The dog just kind of choosing not to a lot of the time. You good, man? You? I'm doing pretty good. Enjoying messing about with meme builds as per usual. Building around gunslinger rootin' tootin' skill. And rare appearance from handler. I wouldn't say handler is optimal here, but handler is not wasted here. So that's cool. Do I want tank here, or do I want damage? Waffling. We'll go damage. Get on Enigma here. Be fine. Handler Gunslinger's how I got my first complete. Yeah, a lot of people use Handler. It's not a good class, but it's viable. No.
Let that small victory go to your head. We'll slay king, mouse. We will amuse you.
Would recommend a good mutator for the pulse rifle, running Helix. Harmonizer's good there, Bullet Weaver's good there. I think Bullet Weaver a lot for that, actually. Back, how's the Quag? The Quag's gaming, Zora. How are you? Hey, dog actually did something. It's over, he says. Wishful thinking. timing on that. Ow. Ow. No, 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 not like this. Base. He's nowhere near that fault threshold. You can harmonize already, you have to check it by Bolt Weaver. Bolt Weaver is additional mod gen, and you get fire rate after using your mod. Progress. A beer life is good. Beer sounds good. I haven't had a beer in a while. Damn it. Ow, 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 ow. I need to make better choices. Why do I not see the sword VFX? Okay, the handler helps here. Rare handler W. Do those not render on Potato? I thought I was just stupid not paying attention, but no, the swords don't have the VFX at all on Potato. That's actually a huge problem. Has that been reported? Like, I can't see where the swords are gonna be. That was good damage. Trying to pop a blood root, man. Dog, finish? No? Okay. Are you kidding me? That's so upsetting. He had 1 HP. I know this is doable now. It's still so upsetting though. Looks like your character suffered a heart attack. Yeah, it was the sword, but on the new Potato graphics preset, you do not get the VFX for the sword attack here. which is awful because it means you have to look up. And asking a gamer to have situational awareness is kind of cringe.
Having trouble.
Damn it. His timing is immaculate. He knows exactly how to dodge that.
Let that smoke return. I am fearing the Almighty.
Ah, bad timing. That's my fault. Okay, with that one. Okay. Progress. Archon Gunslinger is a fun combo, Wookie. I like that one too. Yeah, we pop that out there. His timing. Okay, I'm gonna increase my graphics settings so I can actually see the swords. Hopefully my performance doesn't suffer too much for it. Question is, which thing? Let's just go to low. See if that does it. No, that's not why I'm dying, but
Alright, let's
every little bit helps.
A pity. This is not as interesting as I hoped.
I'm 100% sure I dodged that. It's okay.
Thanks. We slay mouse.
Meme death on meme build. Switch down? Is Switch having problems? I can see your message, Gamer Champ, but every once in a while, Twitch does have a fucky wucky.
I'm in trouble.
That was a series of timing errors. The series continued.
I am fearing the Almighty.
Drink every time I go for the skill and he's teleporting during the first shot.
We slay kings, mouse.
Fine here, cool. Let's pre-pop that. We'll do that. Anytime. That target wasn't great.
I am fearing the Almighty.
Still can't see the swords. What graphic setting dictates that? Anyone happen to know? We have to get top of heal. I couldn't see the VFX there. How was I meant to know that was happening, you know? There's again. Hey Dudley, how you doing? Oh, maybe you know Dudley. Which graphic setting governs the swords here? Because I went to potato, and now I can't see the VFX for this phase at all anymore. And then I went to low and I still can't see it. So it's one of the sliders specifically. But yeah, we're currently doing quick draw build because it's funny. See, there's no indicator for the swords, so I kind of have to... Like, how am I meant to see that? Running all potato except shadows on low, but I can see it. Oh, so it's on my end. Cool. Cool. DIY difficulty, I suppose. Boss is left, I think. The hidden secret ultra gamer mode. What do you mean? What do you mean I only get one shot here? You. Go to this boss room in current patch, you get locked in, always crashes, fun reload your character, crash again, only way I fix it through backup save. Ooh, that's real bad. I don't like that. I don't like the sound of that at all. Let's go back to the Warden Sciences out a little more. Because this works. The concept works. But there's definitely multiple ways of getting this level of uptime. Multiple people reported it, and I hope they fix that. They were planning on doing an early patch to fix Nightfall of Felion. Hopefully they can fix things like that in that patch too. Had to fight the light version of the boss. Ah, the worst version. The one that just has extra one-shot mechanics and less fun. I see. So with current amount of cooldown, we have quick draw cooldown down to 8 seconds. And with diverting heart, that's functionally 4 seconds. It's very fun. I guess Soulbinder would be cool here. Bear the damage that way. Kinda down to mess around with that, actually. Soulbinder on something. What we put it on? Barrel. Good old service pistol's always good. We could be nostalgic and put it on the repeater pistol. Hell yeah. Yeah, failsafe makes sense there. So, like, currently, Jester's Bell, Rebel, Stargazer gets me down to 8 seconds. But I could go Hyperconductor, Devoured Loop, which quick draw is scaled with range damage. It's really weird that nothing in Gunslinger's kit at all is capable of boosting quick draw. So you're forced to use one of your archetype slots to get nothing that I don't like it. I don't necessarily think Gunslinger needs to be stronger in any capacity, but like this skill is just so weird. If you could mix and match skills without having those associated classes, that would make a lot more sense. Like if you unlock the skill at level 10 to use with other classes, then cool. Of course, that would end up with cursed things like people would be taking Rampage from Challenger and then putting it on Hugs, and we don't need that evil. We don't need that at all. Devouring Loop I tested with full crit build, Chicago typewriter. Devouring Loop is so good. It's very good. Didn't proc enough. You can get it pretty consistent with builds that run Swarm. I like I did a Havoc form build with Nebula, where you just pop the Swarm then go into Havoc, and you could just use Havoc to proc Devouring Loop to get another Havoc. Works out pretty cleanly. Maybe instead of Stargazer in this particular instance. I don't want to do Gambler because this thing can weak spot. I could Akari? I'm not really dodging often. I guess Braided Thorns. Just focus on the mobbing. This brings me to base 34 seconds, which isn't lovely. In this instance, I would run Soulbinder, main hand, and then Swarm there. Devour Loop here. That stack. Wait, does that stack? No. 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 Right? Bandit with this. Yeah, Bandit Arbalest is cool. Arbalest in general is cool. Underappreciated item. Frequently downplayed. Like no mod gen here. I want to do a Hyperconductor Devoured, but not getting a proc at all means that nothing happens. I guess Braided won't work at all here, but... There we go. There's a Devoured with proc. That's a lot of crits, but none of them are procking. Yeah, I think I like the other approach better. That doesn't necessarily need to be Jester's Bell there, but I think going the Stargazer route works a little better for my preferences. So if we go Stargazer here, here's Silver Ribbon for haste. Which is hard to justify over Gesture Spell. Night Weavers is wasted because it's already auto-critting. Toxic Release would let me get Corrosion on for the debuff. Then I could go like Ahanai over here. like an extra thing to include. And I would need amplitude if I wanted that to have any reasonable radius at all. Good daredevils. What if we did difference engine with, what's the name of the one that applies shield here? Let me... Excess coil. Is that favorited? You have that though, right? So if we do that, somewhat tempted to go shield value there, but I think it'd be better to go max HP. That would benefit the shields. I wouldn't have the healing effectiveness from that shard anymore, but that's fine because I do have triage. Go harmonizer here, more consistency. I don't like being on heavy roll, but play it out. Yeah, let's see how this does. It's a slight variation on what we were doing. But I like the comfort of having Arbalest for mobbing. Got better range than Enigma, fills the same role. And a really cool thing about Twisted Arbalest's mod is it kind of works out like Overload does, Overload Explosions, where having more enemies together equals more overall damage. Because each of the enemies you like lays with the target thing are going to be able to hit each other with the explosions. So like if you've got 3 enemies right next to each other and you have them all tagged, then each of them is going to get hit, but each of those will hit each other. And then you could have Soulbinder on top of that for even more damage sharing. Very high potential. Sees Handler. Ah, yes, beam build makes sense. You know it. You know it. The idea is the handler is given skill damage, and the healing doge heals us off for the life we lose from using Stargazer. So it's not completely awful. It's just the dog AI has been awful. Also, the dog does no damage. Also, the fact that the relic perk doesn't revive the dog. Like, it's a full heal for the dog, but only if it's not down. So, it's good, except for the one situation where you need it most. That seems like great design. And seeing the bleed ticks from the dog tick for 1 damage, like 1 singular point of damage, is kind of just an aggressive reminder that one of the few unique good things about the class isn't actually good. Good, except it's bad. Yeah. Handler moment. But like I was saying a little while ago, there's very little in this game that I'd consider not Apoc viable. Even Handler, the worst class in the game, can be forced to work. Maybe not better than other classes, but it can be forced to work. You can find plenty of success with it. By people who say they like Handler and have cleared stuff with Handler, be it hardcore or Apoc or whatever, are not wrong to find value in it. It's just, as long as we're all on the same page that it has less value than everything else, in an objective sense. But objectivity is not everything. Subjectivity matters here. Because if you like the aesthetic of having the Doge, like the flavor, then that's the choice for you. Doge is such a good boy. Doge is a good boy. Like, this thing, when it hits weak spots, actually good damage. 520 per shot? That ain't bad. It really ain't bad.
Here they come.
Does this work? No? I don't think it would. Favorite sidearm? It's between a couple. My favorite overall in terms of, like, I think it's really cool, Starshot. In terms of what I use the most, Nebula. In terms of what I think is the most useful, Enigma. A lot of fun with Rupture Cannon. Rupture Cannon's good. Rupture Cannon is good. Unfortunately, it also ruptures your frames when you shoot it, but it's still good. I love just barely missing enemies like this constantly. It's okay, dog. I got you. Okay, now you get me. Teamwork. That's a knockback. Just barely missing. There we go. Converting heart for better cooldown. Do that. Again, was my nickname in high school. I see. You think Nick Cannon is going to name one of his 10,000 children Rupture?
This isn't looking good.
You probably would if you, like, DM'd him on social media and said you were a fan. I'm Cannon. At some point, he's just going to start having fun with the names. C+, I'll do better next time. Load the... Cannon would be a great name. Where's the fucking... Right over there? Give me move speed, coach. Sort of sick looking. It is a very sick looking. Even the lore behind it's cool. It's a chunk of one of those World Stone lets you teleport everywhere, which is why it's got a projectile that just goes through anything. I think that's pretty fucking metal. Lore. Survive that? No. How you doing, bud? We didn't stand a chance. I mean, they got a hit in because hitboxes on this particular attack are weird. Well, that's okay. I just want a little more damage. Enemies surviving that, so frustrating. And that's why we have our guns, but like the satisfaction of we're trying to yeehaw. Only I would do the yeehaw build without actually shooting guns properly. Why am I like this?
What happened here?
Oh, this is meatball, isn't it? Not ideal.
Okay, this is it.
Hey, the atom splitter tile. More like ye nah. Yeah, if anyone wants the sword that's up there. This is one of those things, like, no one would think to do this. You have to wait for this machine arm to start lifting that, jump onto that once you've waited long enough that you don't die from the fall, but then you have to immediately jump to there before it hits you, before it brings you to the kill box. Then you go around there and there's a sword back there. But like, who would think to do that? Morton Taylors, how are you? Oh. Getting most of my info about this game from Factor Life site there. Missing things. I'd never heard about the spore gun. Yeah, Vextra is one of those things where it inhabits the space of community wikis are generally just super shit. So Vextra Life wiki being not completely shit makes it better, but then there's the scumminess of what they do with embeds to inflate viewership and traffic and a bunch of other shady practices. Just ugh. But it still is not a very good wiki. It's just most community wikis for most games are terrible. So that's why that one still doesn't have the bad reputation that it kind of deserves. Said the same thing about the engineer class. Who would have thought about going into the smoke that kills you to find that loot without explorer? Right. First couple times I saw that tile, was super suspicious, thought I had to have something, wasn't until I read about it later and learned how to navigate it. Yeah, that's one of those that I had seen the tile, thought nothing of it, and then later on I read where to get that item from, and I was like, oh, it's that tile? Because I couldn't even identify it by description. That's how random it is. Oh. Hi. Well, I have no class features because the dog is down. Yeah. Common handler W. Just it's fastest at sending you back to a checkpoint when the class decides to turn off. Because the game's AI decided you don't get to have your class features anymore. And it kills me is getting Meridian. Yeah, that one is wild. That one is real wild. Plasma Cutter 2. That one's a little less crazy, because it's like... the door tells you it's a facial recognition thing, so it's like, what can I do to change my face? And then there's a helmet in the same world that has seemingly no other purpose. It kind of... that one you could put together. 100 flops? Yeah, that's one that's like, who would... yeah, that's a good example. Ow. Wait, why is the dog down again? What happened? Where were you? What were you doing? When was this? Where was I?
That's it. For now.
Archon. Archon, they've at least specifically said that was for data miners to find. That was a treat for them. But then, like, the other stuff, that's Archon levels of hidden, just without a shopping list. Kind of like, oh, so you didn't think people would need a data mine for that? Yeah, if you got the spaceship to roll. I had trouble getting the spaceship to roll. Like, if you could consistently weak spot with this, without having to go into the manual aim mode and getting one shot instead of 6, then this would actually be quite solid overall, rather than the gimmick that it currently is. It's 520 per hit, 6 hits. That ain't bad. And that's without a lot of damage investment. But currently it's main territory. Didn't hit. Out of my first campaign when I used the mask and plasma cutter, took me an age to get a reroll at adventure. Yeah, there was that bug too, for sure. I had that bug, the equivalent of that bug with Blood Moon for getting Ring of Omens. That one was real annoying. Want to get Diverting Heart off? I do. Beautiful. Honestly, still know how to get the pulse rifle the right way. High five glitch through the doors to achieve it. So you need 2 separate side dungeons. Then you need to pick up quest items from both of those side dungeons and bring them back. To my knowledge, you are not guaranteed both of those side dungeons. Let's see how this goes. Ow, you do damage. Ow. The dog just hit 400 damage? Dog? You can do that? There we go, that's good. I don't have explosion VFX either. What is happening to my game? The setup's not doing bad here, honestly. I expected way worse. Let's see how the dog survives this phase. I don't have high expectations. Looks like it took a hit. Good. Go down, dog. There we go. I go with recursion fly. It's going. We got the gameplay loop, kinda. So squared away. Yeah, Fog lives that. That's cool. Pleasant surprise. Only that loop did damage. Yeah. Is what it is, though. Sometimes to have fun with concepts, you gotta accept slower fights. Is what it is. Definitely more of a mobbing thing. You know, we're using Gunslinger's bad skill with Handler. So I don't really expect incredible DPS. I popped dog heal at the worst possible time. Punished for being Handler. Deserve. Ouchies. Oh, it's very greedy of me. Got it next cycle. I'll go put it in work. I don't know if I'd go that far. But it is certainly existing successfully. Like the thematic ones. Yeah, the 1 damage bleed dot is really indicative of the class being valuable. Main build focus on Brock and Gunslinger skill. Yeah. The entirety of this is just, hey, what if we had Gunslinger skill on a really short cooldown? That's it. That's the whole purpose. So we've got it on a 14-second cooldown currently. Which I have a suspicion. That is working as it's supposed to. Cool. Yeah, you can get this down to an 8-second cooldown. I gave up one source of cooldown. Yeah, I gave up the I can swap that for this. Get this down to 12. A little more optimal. Look at that one fleet stat. It's so good. I think that doing this but with Challenger Stomp instead of Gunslinger would just be better. I don't think it would be good, but it would be better. Because then you have Challenger actually boosts its own skill. Okay with Whetstone. Thing with that is Quick Draw already auto crits. So the crit chance from Whetstone, wasted. Crit damage, sure, but giving up Amulet slot for just that amount of crit damage, only if your dog is successfully hitting the enemy. Ravager's Mark. Thing with Ravager's Mark is why would you use it over Jester's Spell?
Here we go.
Like 35% cast speed, 20% damage, just for activating it. And then Ravagers, damage, 20%, 30% if they're at half HP or lower. But only if they're bleeding. So 2 conditions on the max power of this thing, whereas with effectively 0 conditions, Jester's Bell is more damage all the time. Sure, 20 is less than 30, but 35% cast speed. And you don't need to wait for bleeds. That's the problem with a lot of things like Raptors. It's, okay, jump through these 2 hoops for a worse effect. I think all of the Yesha amulets, those 6 for Misty, all of them except for Sun are underpowered. Or Justify Dogs Bleed. I wish I could too. I really wish I could, Gamer Champ. I wonder if maybe using Boar over Soulbinder could be good. I can point that. Maybe. Like, I guess Dogs Bleed means I could throw on... If I had one other source of elemental status somewhere, I could throw on Ahanite and get 2 stacks. But it'd be an inconsistent 2 stacks. Finish that dog? 137 on a crit. The dog does less damage than Swarm. feel like doing a side dungeon. We're here. Like most of the dots are really just good for the debuffs they provide. It is hard to scale dots to a point where the damage from them themselves is like meaningful. You can get some decent fire dots. Overload is its own thing. You can scale that one up well, but it's not really a dot, truly. But yeah, you give up a lot to get anything close to meaningful dot damage out of Corrosion. You can't really do it with Bleed. Yeah. It's not really the play. You can get it to be viable, though. Most of my first Apoc clear was dot stuff. Hey, Super. How you doing? Oh, that's depressing. Good and bad. Such is life. I feel that. Ouchies. Hey, dog actually took aggro. W? It's going so bad. Killed him eventually. Good, because made a working blade for your flat build. Bad because my headphones are sort of broken now. Unfortunate. Yeah, you can get Blade Fury to work on Flak. Like, it's a good gun. Flak is good at doing damage in general. It works. It's just not as synergistic with the character as the Base Punter is, which is why it's not done more often. Base Punter allows stack bot shenanigans with a lot of wiggle room for what else you can do. And then Blade Fury just kind of doesn't. Not to say you can't do stuff with it, but stack bot is largely off the table. Thick Skin. It just occurred to me that Thick Skin completely fucks this build because the skill always crits. At least this thing doesn't do damage. That's drained. Yeah. Oh good, my ISP's decided I don't need hit rate. The reinstall game won't lose save progress, right? that should be the case. I'd back up your saves just in case, but that should be the case. Yeah, boar would be better for me here. I should switch to that. Don't interrupt that. I don't get to use that often. Stop it. It's an early dodge. Empathy's such a meme. It is a little bit toxic. I could have just not popped my relic there, but like, I wanted the satisfaction of playing my build. Sick and tired of your memeing for the lulz. You've gone too far. I apologize. Hello from Germany. Hello. What's up? Enjoying bad skill with bad combination of classes, because even the bad stuff is usually still fun in this game. Memeing for laughs is out. Memeing can only be serious. Competitive memeing. Best game. This game is such a good time. Like, I've put so much time into this game. It's been the only thing I've streamed since the game has come out, and Remnant 2's great. No one should have this much fun with bad stuff. Watch me. Bad stuff? Yeah, Handler's a bad class. Gunslinger's quick draw skill is a bad skill. I'm using them together. Just kind of because I think it's fun. I think there are fun aspects of those things. But also kind of to show that, like, whenever someone tells you you can't do something on Apocalypse, tell them to shut up, because you totally can. Like, I only play on Apoc. I also almost exclusively use stuff that people say you can't use. Or that people say isn't good. Is it particularly fast clear rate in a lot of instances? Absolutely not, but it's more than viable. I want to go down here. What am I gonna do? Like quick draw for free ammo? If only the other skills didn't also give you a window towards free ammo. But yeah. Big magazine guns and some skill cooldown, never have to reload. Your relic perk already does that. But yes, that is absolutely true. Just a case of providing utility that's already provided elsewhere. Cube gun only build? Maybe. I haven't given the cube gun a serious session yet. Doing a nightmare run and I got to the cubes and hardcore procrastinating because I don't want to deal with that boss. It's one of those things, Double Sloth, that it's so painful in the anticipation, but then once you do it, you just kind of, you fall into that trance and you get it done. I never look forward to doing Labyrinth Sentinel, but it's one of those things. It's not so bad once you're in it. the cube boss. I like it from a distance. I like it for the creativity. It's a very unconventional boss, and I think doing things like that, innovating, and what is a boss, is an important thing to keep, especially this genre of game. That being Souls-like, keeping those fresh. I think that's cool. I know the safe spots too. Just need to be in a specific mood. Totally understand. Totally understand.
I wonder what that is.
Well, the music, how it syncs with the rotations. It's very thoughtfully crafted. It's a good boss. It's well designed. This is the thing that I wish gaming culture would kind of embrace a little more. You can admire something being objectively good without it being for you. Something not being for you doesn't necessarily, or something you don't want to consume all the time, doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's too often it's looked at this binary thing like, hey, unless I always want to do this, it's bad and shouldn't exist. Like, I don't really look forward to doing Labyrinth Sentinel, but I think it's awesome that it's in the game. I wouldn't take it out. Mother Mind's my least favorite. I do not really care for Mother Mind. I don't think it's bad that it's in the game. I think it's bad that Bloat King is in the game. Let's not get a twist on that one. Bloat King does not deserve to be here. Still haven't gotten the all kill and Night Weaver, such a pain in the ass. It is very particular. The way I got that was I put on Engineer's Impact Cannon and just clicked weak spot. I put down the cannon on the ground for when the ad spawned. Hey Dex, how you doing? There's a place in the lore? That's debatable. Bloat King, how do you know my nickname in high school? Can the dog even hit this boss? Empathy Hardy. Oh, okay. It seems the dog can't hit this boss. Is this what people... Oh! He hit him! So he can hit him, he just frequently chooses not to. Is this what people are talking about when they say handler's good? Yeah, is this what they're talking about? Pet builds? No, handler's just kind of on this. We're building around Gunslinger's worst skill. Just activating it super frequently. The reason why it's Gunslinger's worst skill is because it's a direct damage dealing one that doesn't scale with any of the stats the class itself boosts. Yeah, I deserve that. It doesn't scale with any of the stats the class boosts, so within Gunslinger, you can't increase the power of Quick Draw at all. Handler is one of the classes that does boost it. And we're using, one of the rings we're using for cooldown takes some of our health each time we use a skill. One of Handler's dog traits lets you heal yourself, benefits from skill cooldown. So it kind of works to keep my health topped off and lets me keep spamming. It's just, it still doesn't do much in the way of damage. Like, why did that shoot one? Did I mention the targeting is fucked up on Quick Draw too? And sometimes it just decides, no.
Here they come.
Oh, don't you go down. Please do this before you do. The dog is down. Great point cap would be another view for handler, because then you could invest into dog HP without losing everything else that's good about a great investment. That'd be a pretty significant W. Joe was trying to do devouring loop stuff, figured this would be the build. It didn't feel consistent enough. Didn't feel consistent enough. Getting down to a naturally low cooldown this way means I can't get screwed by bad RNG. It's not as easily. So I wanted one shot for my 6-shooter, thank you. Devious. Like, why did I only get one? Why'd the dog get up there? What's the logic to that? Ow. Ow. This definitely falls in the category of it technically works, it's just every boss fight takes forever and it's an infinite loop of frustration. Like, I want to revive the dog now. This is going to get me killed. That does damage in there? I didn't know you took damage in there. Hey, Deadball, how you doing? Ow. I'm scared. Oh, they actually take an aggro? Can you imagine? Let's go for the stylish finish. Stylish. What nonsense we do today? We're doing a quick draw build, which the skill sucks. It's really bad. But we're also putting handler on it because it's also really bad. But combining those two really bad things actually makes for a fun gameplay loop. Now, the gameplay loop is fun. You have 0 damage. You have close to 0 consistency. But fun is more important. Oh yeah, it's this weird map layout where if you have astropaths, just a dead end. This version. Actually not leveled Gunslinger or Hunter. It's understandable because they're very straightforward in what they like attempt to provide gameplay loop wise. So it makes sense, at least from my perspective. I always want to play the more interesting stuff. And those classes are very straightforward. For some people, that's good. It lets them, you know, do the pew pew haha. But for me, like, I don't know. I can do that in any shooter. Opposed for R1, this has more stuff to it. Yeah, I like messing with the more complex stuff. Hope you're well, Akame. Inspiration for a dude to make a melee tank god. That's another thought after thing. Tank builds are very popular in this game too. It goes hand in hand with melee because melee is not just a access to enemies issue versus ranged, it's also like positioning and survivability. You don't really attack from safety playing melee, so there's a lot of overlap between melee builds and tank builds. You see very few glass cannon melee builds. Now they exist, but you see very few of them. He was just T-posing, minding his own business.
Is it over?
World's Edge very good in R2 compared to 1. Yes, but it's a necessity because bosses as a whole are more melee unfriendly in R2 than 1. So I don't like that the situation was created where World's Edge needed to be stronger. Because there are some bosses that you realistically are not going to melee in any reasonable amount of time without having World's End. And I don't like that. All the melee weapons in the game, and half the bosses say no to 90% of them. Boss, would you say? Mother Mind physically cannot be interacted with normal melee weapons. You need some sort of ranged melee. Bloat King almost never goes in your melee range, so same issue. Corruptor is incredibly impractical to regular melee. You will never hit the main body with regular melee. You can hit many hands, but you can't hit it in the weak spot, and you can't really hit it safely. Legion can't be meleeed unless you go to the second phase, which you can only do if you have ranged melee. And then in that second phase, it's still wildly impractical. Phase 1 of Annihilation can't be meleeed. Phase 2 of Annihilation has exactly one animation where it can be meleeed, but getting that animation to happen requires using ranged things. That one can't be meleeed either. Should be thrown weapons be different than the average ones? No, because they're also there as a band-aid for the most bosses can't be meleeed issue. It's just they're also almost always worse than World's Edge. Is the thing. Krell is capable of some spicy stuff with build investment. But in terms of practicality, World's Edge is extremely hard to beat. And Hunter Spear, if it wasn't ranged, it would never be used. It's just not good. No, World's Edge and Hero Sword are their own things. Yes, because World's Edge is good, and Hero Sword isn't. That's the main divide. Hero Sword, goat. Goat in your heart, Ken. That's what matters. Why is Hunter Spear not good? Been hunting for it, haven't gotten to spawn. Because out of the ranged melee options, it does the least damage. It maybe does more than Hero Sword. But like, that's not a high bar to clear. It's stam intensive, not to the point where it's unsalvageable, but it's awkward. And it's really just a, I don't have World's Edge yet thing, unless you're talking about Labyrinth Sentinel. The only melee weapons that you're realistically doing Labyrinth Sentinel with are Hunter Spear and Krell Axe, but that's just an access issue. But yeah, it's just not very strong. It's stylish as hell. It can be a way of getting access to things like Butcher's Fetish on gun builds. But like any of the ranged melee things can do that. Two things that make Hero and World's Edge good is the lack of named stamina cost. They do cost stamina. You mean like if you have stam at all, you can get the shockwave? That is nice. It's a bit more useful by a bit, I mean substantially more useful on World's Edge because the projectile speed does not really desync from your swing speed in the way that with Hero Sword, even if you're running, say, Matriarch's Insignia to get that stam refund to really abuse that, it literally swings faster than the refund can keep up with. So unless you're at very close range, you can't sustain that. You need to do other methods of stam sustain, at which point the non-specific costs doesn't benefit you at all because you're reducing the cost anyway. It's just one of those features that sounds a lot better than it actually is in practice. It's really good on World's Edge, but on Hero Sword it's just not enough to make it relevant. Very Swim Pearl, for example, you could definitely spin. Right, yeah. That's what I was going over. And World's Edge just does that massively better. Also, big thing with the projectiles. Hero Swords, they hit one thing and stop. World's Edge goes through everything. Also, World's Edge is horizontal, and that might not sound like a big deal, but it makes it so much easier to hit things precisely. Best melee ammo, don't forget the stagger. Right, that's a big thing to mention. Like, for some reason, they gave World's Edge the stagger of, like, the other melee weapons in the game combined. So it's a relatively low stam cost ranged shockwave that goes horizontally, passes through enemies and terrain, has extremely high stagger, and good damage. Applies weapon mods such as Misfortune. So, see that? Permanently slowed, because Misfortune has no duration. So, that enemy is permanently slowed. I could do that through a group of enemies, I could do it through walls. World's Edge is just a little bit too much for me to be comfortable with the situations that justify it being created. My hardcore run World's Edge made it stupid easy. I didn't really use it too much in my hardcore run, but occasionally I would wall cheese thing. Yeah. Fortune lasting forever sounds like a bug. It does sound like a bug, but slows as a whole are kind of bugged that way. Connecting to chat. Which, are you okay? Like, they have only addressed 3 of the slows to give them set durations. The first one was they did Spore Bloom by itself, and then the second and third were in the most recent patch. It fixed slow permabug thing. Only some of them. Only some of them. Not this one. Misfortune has not been fixed. The Time Wave has not been fixed. They fixed Spore Bloom, they fixed Song, and they fixed one other one. Misfortune is still infinite, for sure. Doesn't happen on Archon Bubble. They've been fixing them on a case-by-case basis,
At least that's over.
but many of them still do the thing. At one point in time, it was almost every single slow, if not every single slow in the game, just didn't actually adhere to iteration. Gunfire cares enough to fix this though. Yeah, Gunfire having artistic integrity is, I think, a big part of why this game's received so well. There's no hubris in their decisions, being open to communication, feedback, still wanting their creative vision to be their creative vision. Just putting out a good game, a complete good game. Gets bought out by a bigger house. Well, that's the thing. Being bought out by a bigger house can, depending on who buys you, can just mean more resources. It can be a good opportunity. That's why those deals are accepted. They don't always end up being, like EA situations, where EA will buy up studios and then kill them. Three studios worth buying earlier pre-order these days. I would not even. So pre-ordering should never be a blanket. Oh, if it comes from the studio, I do it. Even though there's some studios that have stuff like they've never missed in terms of what I've consumed from them. Like Larian, absolute goats. Love their work. Highly respect the way they do business as well. Nothing is an automatic pre-order for me, ever. Never ever. Even things I have a intense nostalgic attachment to, I wait. My experience, the bigger they get, the worse overall for quality. Sometimes true. 1511 most scaled GTD, very nice. Share Rifle doesn't feel as OP in this game as it did in R1. R1, it had the mod slot. So you could use it for some insane mod gen. Or like things like quills. And that was stupid. Quills and breath with Ricochet Rifle, I used a lot of that. Got its own mod in this game, which is still good, it's just not to the level of those. So it's not as good, but it's definitely not bad. Quills and breath is my mage combo, spam. Yeah, that was my go-to setup as well. Never pre-order unless it's one of those three studios, I guess is the best way to word it. That's a good way of putting it. After some of the stuff in 2023, I am very hesitant to pre-order. Like even more so. Like I pre-ordered Jedi Survivor. I was very excited for it, and I enjoyed the previous game. And then it came out in a nearly unplayable state. The game ended up being good, but like for that first week, I actively wanted a refund. I knew they'd fix it, so I held off, but I wanted a refund. I regret pre-ordering Diablo 4 because that's just a shit game. I didn't pre-purchase this game until, like, single-digit number of hours before its official release. It was in early access for a couple days before I actually bought this game. The launch of this game was the day after I got back from vacation, but because of some flight issues, I ended up flying back later than I was going to normally, so it was like, I got home like 4 hours or something before my stream that day. So that's when I walked in, bought the game, set it to download, and then went to sleep. Got up, launched the game, went live. So it wasn't exactly a distant pre-order, even though I knew this game was going to eat a lot of my time. Looking for the yellow, but I don't see it. For Gunfire games, because the devs are so great. I have an appreciation for devs that enjoy their craft and committed to quality. That is not a common pairing. How hours you got in this game now? Guess around 1100. Not that many yet. Super. Let me look. Steam says 355. Yeah, Steam says 355. It's way off then. 1100 would have to be like more time than like that would be my Baldur's Gate time combined with this, and then like almost doubled. Steam time's bugged. What's it not including? Bugged in which direction, I should ask. A little over 400, but Steam only says under 200. So yeah, high chance I have more than, I guess. Kind of co-op time. Yeah, so like my first 80 hours were co-op. It seemed like that was reflected, but maybe it wasn't. I spent other games. Okay, so it just didn't count my first playthrough. Lost on Narut again. It must be a day that ends in Y. Character match my Steam hours? No, it doesn't. Mine never does. Nope. I think it's because Steam includes time and load screens. Like, there's lots of places where your in-game time will pause. Steam doesn't account for that. Hundreds of hours time that's different. Yeah, there's something else to it then. There we go. Over there. Dog doing? Come on, Arbalest. Twist harder. There we go.
Holy hell!
Scroll down a bit on CMBL3, see pick as someone using the insider. Let's go. Culture.
Shit.
Engineer's been my favorite archetype so far by a huge margin. It's very cool that Engineer has its own like self-contained playstyle. It truly has things that like the others just can't even come close to replicating. It's got its own mode. That's cool. The only other one that has that is Havoc form on Archon, and that's still a totally different beast. I think that's very cool how they did that. Favorite archetype? I like the versatility of Alchemist and Challenger. Those I've probably played the most jointly. Because I experiment with such a wide variety of things, I like classes that provide meaningful flavor while also enhancing function. Started as Challenger? I did too. I did. Started out as Challenger, and I was a little underwhelmed by it as I got access to other classes, but then it looped back around to, actually, no, I like this. Hawk and ad jail.
So you have found them. The Ember sees all.
That's it.
Bring them to me
I'm
at
not gonna.
once.
I'm gonna. I wonder how Dog will do here. I'm anticipating not well. Out of ad jail now, I hope.
All that remains, yet I didn't. That excellent.
We're back. Yeah, I started out as Challenger as well, and then as I got other classes, I was like, this is kind of mid. But then as I experimented more, I was like, actually, no, I really like this. I'm getting so many empathy bosses. I started using Converting Heart. It's actually really annoying. That's toxic. And here's one of the handler problems. Empathy. If I use a relic to stop my dog from going down, the boss heals a bunch. So like, I let the dog go down. I have no other option. That dog. are you using? For the benefit of your current build. I'm using Diverting Heart, which when you activate it for 15 seconds, you get an additional second off your skill cooldowns per second. So basically, for 15 seconds, your skill cooldown rate is double. And it has no passive effect at all. No healing in any way. It is just skill cooldown if you activate it every 15 seconds. So obviously in this situation it's doing absolutely fuck all for me. Hey, Viper. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Neutral dodging is not the play there. Never tried that before. It's a wildly different timing. Ouchies. Assuming since I see shields, ring prices? No. Something with an E. I'm forgetting the name. Shield gen on skill activation. Whatever that one is. Bad time to pop dog skill, but fine. Technically using it at all is picking it a bad time, because there's never a good time to do it. You could just be using any other class. Dog got a hit in during that attack. That's actually kinda cool. Oh, that's toxic. That's too early. Like, this is very slow. Faster if I could use my relic, but in all honesty, not by much. Not like an alligator growling. I don't really know what an alligator growling sounds like, to be honest, so I'll take your word for it. You almost landed a hit that time, bud. You can do it. was wondering why my cooldowns were so long, and because my concoction wore off. That's how long I've been in this fight. Really? Only one bullet? It's so bad. It's so cool, but it's just inescapably trash.
Woo! Yeah! That's right! You scrapped with the wrong guy! Woo!
Yeah, do I recommend this setup? No, not particularly. It's cool to see that getting the cooldown of this thing down that far is at all possible. Like 12 seconds, intentionally skipping some further. Like if we put on this, maybe we can make this work for the stomp. More fucking handler failure potential, but damage would be so bad using basically anything else on Twisted Arbalest. Well, that's the thing. I don't want my gun to be doing the damage. That's the thing. I'm only clicking that because it's a fun thing to click while I'm waiting for my cooldown. I do not want my gun to be doing the majority of the damage. The whole point is for the skill to be doing the damage. Yeah, clicking something other than Twisted Arbalest would be good, especially in a single target scenario. Of course, of course. But that's not what I'm trying to do. Maybe something like this. Yeah, maybe something like that. Gesture spell. Put on more weight here. This challenger now. Five bracket sucks. I mean, I could put on space workers. Then put all of these to Leto Mark 1. I guess that's better. Yeah, I guess that's better. What does Leto Mark 1 even look like? Brain is broken. One of these have to... Not that one. They look so similar. Yeah, there's a fraction here. There's a fraction doing weird shit here. Okay. We need more to have those options, but not infinite's a bit too much. What, trade cap? Yeah, I agree. Infinite traits? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Same idea? Yeah, and that was a bad choice in R1. Because as soon as you make it infinite, it's not, hey, this is meaningful choice making. It's, hey, grind until you have all of them. Those are two totally different things. I like the idea that you don't need to grind out trait points to meet maximum effectiveness for a build, and I like having to choose. I do not like the current amount because a lot of it is the illusion of choice. So increasing it, yes. Making it infinite, no. There's a very workable middle ground between those two things, between keeping it the same and making it infinite. Yeah, the devs themselves said infinite was a bad idea. Honestly, got all the max points pretty organically. Yeah, because it just happens by playing the game. But at that point, what's the point of them existing when they could have just made that, hey, these are baseline stats you have for being a player? Like, why should that be gated behind all of that when you're just going to use them all anyway, except for Blood Bond, because that sucks. Like a system where choosing your traits matters and where you have a finite number of choices lends itself more to build crafting. Like it's more build crafting than like a prestige system or a paragon system. That's the word I'm looking for. I prefer build crafting to paragon points. Now they've specifically mentioned the phrase paragon, which scares me, but fingers crossed that it's not like every other paragon system. Buildcraft is limited to what you can afford to not put in your build. Well, that's the current state of trait points, right? Because, like, I'm not feasibly gonna skip Vigor on any build where I'm expecting to take hits. Like, if I'm ever expecting to take damage, this is never going off. Like, it's always there. And with a trait point cap of 65, 10 out of 65, or in this case, 9 because of my class choice, 9 out of 65 is a huge chunk to be mandatory. And that's without considering the other stuff that is functionally mandatory, because Fortify is the same way. Triage regrowth, and I even shaved a little bit of regrowth because I had no other choice. Like, the stuff specific to the build I'm doing, Amplitude and Flashcaster for the Stomp, that's 20 trait points committed to make one skill less shit. That's a lot to ask. I think maybe 100 is good. 100 is still high, I think. It doesn't need to be... I'm good with micro adjustments. Like maybe they try out, okay, here's 5 more. How does it feel? Not enough? Okay, here's 5 more. I'd rather they do that than they go and give us too many, because you can't go back from giving us too many, right? I have the wrong skill on. Personally, if the main QL perks leveled with the classes, I feel it'd be better. But if everyone got Fortify, or not Fortify, like Vigor and Endurance innately, see, I'm more okay with something like that. Kind of like, I don't know how many of you have played Call of Duty Zombies, but if you're familiar with the Juggernaut perk, how absolutely fucking mandatory that is for any serious play. But it still takes a perk slot, and you still have to go get it. Like, that's shit. And of course, the one game where they made that not the case, where, hey, everyone gets it. People complained, like, but I want Juggernaut, this restricts my choices. Like, my sibling, how does having one more slot available restrict your choices more than having one that you only had the illusion of choice for? It just hurt my brain a lot. It hurt my brain a shit ton. But Suffice it to say, the TLDR is 1/4 of your perk slots always went to increased health. Always. So it wasn't actually a choice. The uptime on this still kind of sucks. Having a thought. I could feasibly go gambler here. Don't really benefit more than just Black Pawn Stamp. Get uptime. Trying to have an intellectual discourse these days with most people makes my brain hurt. Like Amplitude, Seismic Turret, lots of area denial. I like that too. Seismic Turret I feel is underappreciated because people will compare it to, but it does less damage than MG and Fire. It's like, yeah, because it has a different function. I get looked at like I have a million heads. Okay, quick test drive. Not doing another full adventure here. It's already been 4.5 hours, but quick test drive. Each turret has its use. I agree. I'm not doing a full one anyway. I'll max out more in just a point or two. Yeah, like if they could definitely tune it per class. Like if Challenger got say 6 free points in Vigor, that would be cool, right? I would be okay with that. Challenger, the I'm the Juggernaut class being bulkier.
I've never seen anything like this before.
Damage is so trash. Like, considering the amount of time I have to wait to get those back. Like, for comparison, that enemy, that's 2 trigger pulls on, like, a gun build. Boom, boom, dead. Don't you know who I am? I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Iconic. Oh, that investment in Stomp's still more disappointing than my life choices. It looks so cool. It's just so terrible. Like, the direct damage dealing skills that are not pets, the only one that's decent is Havoc Form. And Havoc Form's good. Like, Stomp is bad. Quick Draw is bad. All the other ones are pets. And there's Havoc Form. Vulcan plus Soul Link, yeah, it's a pet. The turrets are good. They're pets that you dictate their positioning, which inherently makes them better than other pets, because they don't move from where you put them, and they are ranged. So you decide, hey, this is a useful sightline, be here. Same reason why over in Borderlands 3, the best pets in the game are Moses Auto Bear and Zane's Digiclone, because they do not move from where you put them unless cursed shit is happening. Game, did it not work? I'll do it then. Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Can't even say what the shirt is. It's too fucking good. A plus. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Arbalest, what is he doing with me? Why is he like this? Why do you bounce off the air? Even called Shocker, I started running. Edging or something, favorite combo. It's a very good combo. They complement each other incredibly well. Now, if only handlers synergize well with fucking anything. Yes, I know, handler medic. Oh, that's not terrible, but like, summoner medic is infinitely better in every possible way. You could do handler explorer to give your teammates move speed, which is about the only useful thing you're gonna do as a handler, because you're not doing the damage. All that just for that much? That's literally less than an Arbalest crit.
Yeah.
Speaking of Shocker, I fell into a Great Lines from Animated Shows video on YouTube, found some top-notch Scooby-Doo ones. Oh, nice. Handler Medic's the only thing that's decent IMO, no real meaningful way to skill spam like you can with mods. You can get skill spam going. You absolutely can deadfall. It's just, you end up at a threshold of damage that's so low that, like, why are you skill spamming? Like, what are you gonna spam? Sure, you can spam, say, the heal from this dog. It's healing and move speed. Honestly, it's not a bad buff to have. But, like, to what end? That's the problem. Like, we saw, with maximum investment, I was able to get quick draw down to being able to... I could use it every 4 seconds. Like, to what end? I could use it to kill 6 roly-polies and nothing tankier? Like, mods scale way higher in damage than any skills not named Havoc form. Again, pets are separate from this, particularly NG turrets. Summoner companions don't do that much damage, but like, they're not bad. Where's my damage, man? Has anyone seen my damage? I seem to have misplaced it. Oh. Place turn in the grounds, consider summon? Yes. Handler's what you use when you want a friend. No, wait, that's summoner. Handler's what you use when you want to move. Wait, no, that's explorer. Handler's what you use when you want all damage. Wait, no, it's any other class. Handler's what you use when you have a brand new game, no other class unlocked, you want a friend. Yeah, technically. Yeah, you can't do any other pet class off the bat. That's true. And considering how non-straightforward engineer acquisition is, and like summoner being behind blood moons, it's unlikely for new players to get access to any pet class other than handler for quite some time. I was saying Deadfall. Yeah, handler's the only pet class you can start with, and considering how unlikely new players are to like accidentally get engineer or summoner, yeah, it makes sense for people who want the companion stuff. But like, it doesn't change the fact that it's setting them up for failure. Reasonably the fastest pet class you can get. Yeah, it is one of those things though that it's outside the bounds of what someone would do organically. Like, unless you know engineer is there, you're not gonna do that. It's not like Alchemist where you can actually stumble into it. Alchemist, if you're picking up every bit of scrap and resources on the map, you will just get grabbed. Summoner is, you know, the resource grind, and the game doesn't explain the mechanics of blood moons, so that one is a little out of the way. Engineer was my first unlock. Engineer was nowhere near my first. I got all the talkie ones, like gunslinger, hunter, medic, all those. The first one that I got outside of those, I think it was Alchemist. Yeah. It's just an easy one to get. Archon before getting Summoner. Archon's just a shopping list. The only time you need to invest is like how long it takes you to get each of the individual items. There's no enforced RNG, like pure RNG grind. Gonna take 5 ever. Does Stomp even hit this? Even hit you? What do you mean? Yeah, Archon was designed to be a scavenger hunt. But the fact that Archon, if you know what you're going after, still takes less time than Summoner is kind of funny. Because you can get most of the pieces for Archon very organically. Where's the damage? I was told there would be damage. Bro got lucky, he got 12 Blood Moon Essence on his first world spawn. Yeah, it took me after my first 100 hours of playing the game to ever see a Blood Moon. So, yeah. Look how much damage it does. 900. How much does dog do? Can dog even attack that? No, dog can't attack Root Nexus. Common Handler W. Gonna be here all day trying to stomp a tree to death? Yes. Stomp does less damage than a single target Twisted Arbalest weak spot. For reference, that is terrible damage. Twisted Arbalest is not single target. It's multi-target. It's quite good at multi-target, but like it's abysmal outside of that. Because balance. Handler's goaded, by the way, didn't you hear? All my favorite handler features, like, not functioning. Use the boar glitch. I don't even know if I consider that a glitch. Because logistically, it's just creating a hitbox inside another hitbox, so the multi-hitbox weapon has no travel time. I think that's just abuse more than a glitch. Like, it all logistically makes sense. I don't think anything is happening that's not supposed to there. Completely forgot some cistern spawn patterns the last time I've done it with this run. Yeah. I believe interaction was intended. I don't know if it was necessarily intended, like, I don't know if they designed those two things with that interaction in mind, but like, it doesn't strike me as something that's like outside of expected behavior. If that makes sense? Because like, what else was it gonna do? When you use the mod that's specifically for creating another hitbox on top of an enemy, like, what else is gonna happen? Like, I don't know if I can call that one a glitch, because it's doing exactly what you think it would do. Like, by that logic, that's placing Boar on an enemy and then doing World's Edge shockwaves into that, is that a glitch? No, that's just taking a thing that hits multiple hitboxes and hitting multiple hitboxes. That's how I look at it, anyway. Open to alternate interpretations. This damage sucks. When I just have an intelligent conversation with someone. I try to have intelligent conversations about meaningless, nerdy shit. It's kind of the whole vibe here. Happy to have you be a part of things that fun. That's the thing with the internet, Deadfall. Anyone can amplify their opinion, and the thing is, most people don't have anything of substance to say, they just want the attention. Yeah, I deserve that. I expected that. Well, I like the community we have around here. Generally, thoughtful discourse about different things. Yeah, I think I'm done using Stomp for the day. Go back to the ward. Tomorrow we'll use something less painful. Thoughtful, Quag, you're too kind to me. You deserve it, Viper. You're good people and stuff and things, and I like nerding with you. We're gonna nerd a lot when Cyberpunk DLC drops. Game still exists? Yeah. Game's actually good, by the way. The DLC comes out in 2 weeks. Which is like a... I didn't see CDPR died? No, not at all. The game actually did incredibly well. See, this goes to show you the divide between backlash among gamers and, like, reality. was there for launch, which was not as disastrous as the backlash crowd would have you believe. Sure, there were some things like it was bad enough on PS4 that Sony had to pull it. It barely ran on last-gen consoles. It should never have been released on last-gen consoles. But it genuinely wasn't that bad. And it sold incredibly well. And when the Edge Runners anime came out, the game hit its all-time peak, which puts it in the top 10 Steam games ever. Of course, sales were bolstered there. Like, Cyberpunk 2077 was a financial success, and post-launch support for the game has actually been quite good. Game is good, but it's one of those things. If you listen to the gamer outrage culture, you would never expect it. Ton of performance issues. Yeah, that's person to person. I was lucky. I played it on launch day, and I never had a majority of those issues. I had some funny bugs, but even on my old-ass PC, it ran fine. It runs a little hot, but it ran fine. Typically listen to my bros when it comes to games. There's some friends that I trust enough to not investigate for myself when it comes to certain games. A person who I tend to listen to about games not being given the benefit of the doubt. Damn It to Hell is one of those people. He tries hard to give games chances. Even then, we still don't always agree, but he's one of those people I tend to listen to. If Priz recommends a game, I'll believe it's good. A couple friends like that. But almost always, I try to experience things for myself, especially if they're received negatively. There's some exceptions to that, like what I arrived to, you give good game recommendations. Go away. Like Redfall. We know enough about that one. We don't need to go there. Forspoken, I was super hyped for, and then it turned out to not live up to any of that hype, so I'm like, okay. But anyway, back to the original point. Cyberpunk 2077 was never going to live up to expectations, ever. There was a 0% chance of that happening. But it still managed to be a good game. Got Redfall for free for my new GPU, and it's such a disappointment. So it wasn't free because it took some time off the lifespan of that GPU. So you lost stuff on that. Like this. Heard Redfall devs are determined to turn around. Yeah, Lazy was talking about that in his stream the other day, and then I had a rude comment. They said something about Redfall is going to be worth playing it's going to be a must play in 10 years, and then I said that they misspoke and they meant it's going to be a must play in 10 beers, which is maybe a little rude, but it's also funny, so. Right, Bob? Yeah. Arcane food. It's very sad because, like, game releases like that do so much damage to console reputation, to studio reputation, to publisher reputation, and to, like, consumer trust in the industry as a whole. Because Redfall is one of the most hyped games. It's one of those things where, in particular, for some reason, the looter crowd, the people who play like Borderlands and Destiny and stuff like that, they really fixated on it, despite it not really even being looter. But there was a bunch of community members who would constantly ask me, hey, you excited for Redfall? And I was like, no. Nothing about it looks interesting to me. I have zero expectations for it, and it's not for me. And then that was always deemed surprising. Like, turns out, hey, there's nothing to like. Anyone here ever play Amuler? I still have not. That's been in my backlog forever. It's come highly recommended, though. Really enjoyed Dishonored series. Surely they won't drop the ball that hard. It is one of those things where there were warning signs, like Deathloop was much more polarizing than other Arcane games. Like Dishonored, goated, awesome. Prey, awesome. Deathloop started to get questionable. Redfall, So the thing is, despite Arcane having a track record of having really good games that are uniquely them, the interactive sim genre, as people call it, is like synonymous with Arcane. How long is it going to take for them to launder their reputation after that game? A game so bad that the CEO of Xbox came out and said that they lost 2 console generations because of releases like that. The CEO of Xbox. Hmm. Platform loyalty is objectively stupid. But Xbox has not taken many W's in the last 2 console generations. And high profile, Xbox releases like that, permanently damaging the reputation of some of the core developers, is like not doing them any favors. It's good that Starfield is a good game. That's a W they severely needed. Remember way back in the day, Xbox was for Halo? Yeah, if we go way back in the day, OG Xbox, Xbox 360, some of the IPs were seemingly untouchable, right? You had Halo, you had Gears of War. Like, those 2 IPs alone sold so many consoles. But now, Gears IP is functionally dead. Halo IP is functionally dead. Fable IP, I mean, we're still waiting on that new Fable release. They teased it again, but we're still waiting on that. Microsoft really needs some of their studios to start doing good stuff. Playground about the only one pushing consistently. What has Playground done? I'm not immediately familiar. Xbox 360 time is winning for Xbox, with PS4, PS5 era is just PS really. Because Sony shored up their exclusives. Even with some of their IPs kind of going the way of the dinosaur, stuff like Infamous and Resistance, which were really big PS3 titles, those kind of died off, but they continued to build up new ones. Like, they brought back the God of War IP. They have zombified the Last of Us IP and are milking it for all it's worth successfully. They've got the Spider-Man contract, which is huge for them. Like, they have big name IPs that they're actually utilizing well. Mr. Sean, how you doing? Forza games. Yeah. In that case, yes. Good example of quality. Pulling off Spider-Man to the extent that it is such a colossal W for PlayStation and Insomniac, holy shit. Yeah, Insomniac is gonna forever be known for these 3 Spider-Man games. Like, they're just massive W's. Granted, we're being a little early on one of them. Spider-Man 2 isn't out yet, but expectations are high. It's kind of like how people decided that Elden Ring and God of War Ragnarok were good games before they got their hands on them, and then, wow, big surprise, they're good games. Same vibes. They made the perfect Spider-Man game. And they did it in interesting ways. They managed to have fresh takes on characters. Like, if you can take something officially licensed with something that is damn near public domain, like, Marvel characters. If you can do officially licensed stuff that's really, really creative with its storytelling while still feeling true to it, then that's a moneymaker. I mean, Larian did the same thing with Baldur's Gate with Dungeons and Dragons. It's hard to do, but doing it is insanely effective. Your Ratchet and Clank, I've heard nothing but good things about that game too. Yeah. Anyway, enough idle chit chat. I'm sure people are bored. That's gonna be it for me today. More nerd talk and remnant stuff tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's very hot. I need to drink some water and also not sit in front of you. Run around talking. Felicia. How? How? I don't know how you do it. But yeah, we were just running around and chit-chatting game industry stuff. No fucking way. It's magical. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. We'll continue this conversation and I'll play less painful meme builds. Quick Draw are really fun, not good. Stomp is neither fun nor good. We'll play better stuff next time. Who's live? Where can we go? Let's go say hi to Tizzle. When in doubt, Tizzle. Just arrived by everyone. Yeah, sorry. It's been 5 hours. It's hot here. Like, it's really hot. It's in the 90s again. Which I ain't built for. Thank you guys for hanging out. As always, really enjoy the conversation. Y'all are great. I just like chatting with you guys. It makes time go by even faster than Remnant, which completely destroys my sense of time. So that's how we can just suddenly get to the point where I'm like, oh, I need to not be live anymore. But yeah, if you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. If not, that's okay too. For anyone new here, I stream 10:30 a.m. Eastern until whenever I feel like I should stop. Usually about 5 hours. Yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye.